Okay, hello everybody. Bit of an unusual time, so I actually wonder if anybody's gonna be watching this. Jake and LA earlier than usual. I don't know if you mean just the stream starting or you mean the current time. But either way, yeah. So anyway, I have out of all the things that I've done, I guess the big news is that I managed to fix the shaking box problem that we had previously. So right now, picking up the box is actually looking good and smooth, and I even like it more. There are some different issues right now, which is the fact that I can like yeet the box way too far away if the spring is changing its velocity. And there it goes. I also try to add some friction to it, but it doesn't seem to help. So you're probably gonna have to somehow limit the maximum velocity when you release the box. And the solution was so simple to this. Hold on. Let me show you. If we go to the box right there, we were previously overwriting the velocity by simply setting it to whatever linear velocity is. But that's wrong because the spring equation here is giving us the force, which we then, treat as acceleration and multiply by time. So what we get here is the delta, the change of velocity, right? And the solution was to simply get the previous velocity here and add the change to it. And that's pretty much it. And now it's fixed. And there is no problems with it. Other than that, I restructured the project a little bit to sort of account for the fact that hello. Looks really smooth, thanks. I also, there's this other problem that we have on the stream, which is that the camera sometimes stutters. And maybe, hold on, I'm gonna recompile the project and maybe it's gonna happen. Yeah, like right here. I'm not sure how well it shows on the recording, but like the camera is constantly stuttering. And the good news is, well, first of all, if I defocus the window or blur the window and then focus again, this problem, becomes a little less visible. It's still here, but it doesn't happen when I build the game. So that's, and it's also caused by OBS. That's another thing. Like if OBS was not running, it would be smooth. But when I build the game, it works just fine, both with OBS and without it. Yeah, so actually that's why I refactored the main script here a little bit to allow, the main file here, to allow for building the project. Mainly I just added, a dev feature, and I only added the development time plugins in here. And then if hot reloading is enabled, we're using the hot plugin, and otherwise we set up the systems manually. But this is something that we're gonna have to fix as well, because they still use like the run hot system logic, right? But ideally, without hot reloading, this should be just registered as normal systems or plugins. Yeah, but the game can now be built, and I believe maybe I even have, yeah, I have it here. So let me just maybe show you really quick that I can run it as a normal executable, and it just works. Trademark. This is even an older version where the box gets rotated upside down, which is another little bug that I fixed. Maybe it takes more computer resources to run the game with the little editor thing. Scene viewer. Oh, it could be actually. Although I believe it shouldn't be rendered when it's not on the screen. But yeah, maybe that's the problem. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Also, one person in the comments mentioned this little error that we're getting here from Rapier, which is that the time step is set to something different than what it's supposed to be. But this is because I have a custom schedule for running fixed update, which isn't actually fixed, and instead uses the substepping algorithm from Unreal Engine. So it basically, you know, it takes whatever the time step is, which is what you configure here, and it divides the time that passed into something that's smaller than the timestamp, but it can still vary. This is why I'm still using, you know, I'm still using Rapier in its default timestep mode, which is variable, despite the fact that it's running in fixed schedule. And unfortunately, I cannot disable this warning because the warning happens here. And what they do is they just check if, you know, the schedule configured is the fixed update, right? And then they always display the warning. But yeah, do not worry about that. It's supposed to be this way. Everything as intended. And lastly, I also have the to-do file now with where I tried to add, you know, all the things that I want to do before playtesting. So this is mostly, there are some new features like, you know, pressure plates and movable platforms that we need to add, and the rest is, you know, just polishing what we have with some refactoring even. And today, I was thinking actually earlier this day what I want to focus on today, and I'm still not certain. I feel like we should just continue working on the cubes because there's a few related issues with the cube that are kind of fun to make, not necessarily boring, like you know, refactoring. For example, another major issue with a cube is that, well, first of all, it's not affected by, you know, things like the extraction tunnel or the force field. But second of all, once it starts being affected by it, in this current mode, it's really difficult to like put it into the extraction tunnel without falling into it, right? Like I would need to like run through it and they maybe release the cube as I run through it, which is kind of problematic. So I've been thinking that maybe, let me get some space here actually. Most of this is not necessary anymore. Maybe it would be better if the cube was levitating, if it wasn't lagging behind us, but instead, if this is the player, going this direction, the cube would like try to levitate in front of them and then switch directions as the player goes the other side. Still using a spring, just having a different, you know, target located somewhere in front of the player, and then you could just like walk up into the extraction tunnel and leave the cube and it would get sucked in. Similarly, I mean, that's less of a problem, but if you imagine a pressure plate, right, it's also not that easy to put this cube on a pressure plate. If this jump pad was a pressure plate, for example, we would need to like move past it, right, and then release the cube. So I believe I have this noted somewhere, right? Yeah, make it easier to precisely position cubes. Limit the velocity of drop cubes and make cubes and other rigid bodies affected by force fields and tunnels, and then add pressure plates. So I feel like we can start with that, because this is somewhat related to what we've been working on already. Motion canvas in Rust when? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Oh, I don't have Blender. Hold on a second. I'm like looking for it, but it's not open. Here it is. I don't know though. I don't think we should start with the pressure plate. Maybe let's start by this. This feels like something that we should figure out before anything else. So make cubes and other rigid bodies affected by force fields and tunnels. I'm assuming this will have to be governed by some sort of a tag. I don't want to call it a rigid body though. Hi all, hi everybody. Oh, good morning, streaming early today. What's the plan for today? Yeah, I want to try a different hour this week and see how it goes. You know, if there's gonna be like more people watching, less people watching, stuff like that. The plan for today, we're doing all of these things related to cubes. So we're gonna be adding pressure plates, limiting the velocity when we drop them, make them affected by force fields and tunnels, and make it easier to place them where we want to place them, because right now it's a bit difficult. And currently I'm working on this one. And I'm thinking about a name for a tag for all the objects that are affected by force fields and such. Man, naming things. I guess we could just call it, let's call it custom gravity for now, I guess, because that's, oh no, that's the wrong language. Because that's what it's gonna all boil down to, just changing the direction of gravity, hopefully. Yeah, so let's add this to the library. Physics prop, also a good name. We'll most likely change it later. Bevy. Oh, custom gravity plugin, I guess. Are we gonna need anything here? I don't think so. Or maybe we will. Hold on. It depends, because it would be cool if we could, hold on, if we could make this work with the player as well, despite the fact that the player's gravity is applied a little bit differently, right? Two most difficult things in software development: naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors. For real, for real. No, we're gonna change it later, guys, don't worry. For sure, I promise. If custom gravity, if there was a system that finds what needs to affect the custom gravity components, right? Hold on, I need to see the current implementation. This is gonna be the free run state, right? There is some similarities here. Like, we definitely are gonna look for, we're gonna be looking for the force field, and we're gonna be looking for the tunnels. And there may be more in the future, because I do envision entire rooms where the gravity changes. There needs to be a developer dictionary just specifically for naming things, yeah. So if the player could have the custom gravity component, but the physics itself would be applied differently, because obviously like this logic is gonna be different for cubes. We don't care about the player like controller, right? Or maybe, okay, no, I'm trying to abstract everything as always. Let's stick to the basics, I guess. Let's make it just one system that takes all of the custom gravity, finds all of the closest force fields and stuff, and calculates the gravity for them. Yeah, so this is gonna be a component, ideally reflected. Gonna register this as a type. I guess we're not gonna use hot reload for that. We can just implement the systems here. So this is just gonna be update custom gravity system, and it's probably gonna run when would it be? Fixed pre-update, I would assume. Okay, let's add it to main before I forget, inevitably. I guess that's not an item, so I'm gonna add it here. It's not like this tuple has any sort of meaning, but also another thing that I did, I'm gonna go back to this in just a second, but I updated excuse me, I updated my task configuration. So now running hot watch has a problem matcher, but just running hot doesn't. And this might have fixed the highlighting problems that I had. And also I figured out that you can configure custom aliases in the cargo config. So now I'm using that instead. Anywho, this will be update custom gravity. This is helpful in naming semicolon. I'm assuming you send another message with a link and YouTube removed it, because it looks like that, although I'm not sure. Okay, so what we're gonna need here is a query of all these components, probably with entities, because we're gonna be modifying them, probably as a tuple. Definitely some global transform. Yeah, link got removed. They might be talking about dynamics in the science behind object motion. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are you talking about like naming these objects dynamics? Because that's a cool name. Okay, so they're gonna need to have this custom gravity tag. Okay, and we can probably steal most of the logic. From these systems here for like finding the force fields and stuff. Launch pads? No, probably we probably don't want them. Interactables also no. Walkables? Also no. Only these two, I guess. Tunnels and force fields. Although that's gonna be difficult to explain lore-wise. why are cubes affected by tunnels but are not affected by like walkable surfaces? Hi, hello. What time is it for you all? For me, it's actually 10 a.m. But my system clock is desynchronized for some reason. Okay, we probably also want some commands, so we're gonna be modifying some things. Okay, and now how do we do the force field findings? Context interactions with point. Oh yeah, I wonder if it's gonna work now. Maybe it will. Maybe we should try with not using the point, because I don't know if you can remember or if you were there, but we're using interactions with point to check if the player is inside of a force field, because for some reason using a collider did not work, but maybe it's gonna work for normal cubes. I don't know why it would, but maybe worth checking out. If you're using certain system parameters a lot, do you know about derive system param? Yeah, you can even see that the tunnels here are a system parameter. So it's kind of cool, because then I implemented a closest function that can, you know, find the closest tunnel, which is going to be useful for other things. Maybe force fields also should be this way, right? I think it would be a nice way to reuse this logic. Yeah, let's try doing that. No, not a set, but thanks for recommendations. Definitely, you know, if you feel like something is useful, let me know, because I'm new to both Rust and Bevy. Okay, what are we gonna need here? Let me just check. Force fields. We're gonna need this. And we're gonna need the rapier context as well. Okay, then now we can implement it. Okay, so is point no get find field for point, I guess, right? Or maybe at point, I don't know. And then there's gonna be an option with the force field. And you need some self-reference here. That's the context. This. What do you want? Intersections with points? Oh wait, hold on. This has to be is it world and then state or state and then world? I don't remember. Hold on. World and then state. This is static. And resource only needs world. Yeah, okay. Okay. Now, can you tell me? Yeah, you need a vector 2. Okay, some of the imports here. Bevy ECS query, no, that's gonna be this thing. Oh, an entity that we want to exclude, okay. I wonder though if we want to maybe just pass the entire query filter here. I'm gonna think about it in just a second, and then we probably want to just return this force field. New to Bevy, you seem pretty good at it already. I'm new and all I have so far is a sprite that moves in 4 directions. I mean, it's been like a month, a little over a month at this point. I've been contributing to Bevy for 9 months now. As someone without enough time to make a whole game, it felt great helping other people. Also great practice to keep my skills sharp. Yeah, definitely. So I'm thinking 4 boxes when we're looking for like intersections with point. Yeah, we probably also don't want to care about, although this is such a silly optimization to exclude the collider of the current entity. I'm just gonna remove it for now. Because there's just, it spares us like one iteration of this, one invocation of this callback. Whatever. We can worry about that later. Okay, and now if we just go here, we can probably get rid of the context entirely and replace the force fields with the force field query. And now force field would be simply force fields that Alright, that's not correct. Yeah, why is it like this? Oh, because, okay, hold on. Because it treats it as a type. Find field at point. And this is our point. And everybody's happy. Yeah, and we can probably even just do this. Okay. See if it builds, and we can go back to our custom gravity. It looks like everything is correct. So definitely we're gonna wanna iterate over. Oh, here's the game. Let's see. Where's some force field? Yeah, seems to be working just fine. So for entity transform in this query, we're gonna wanna do the same logic, I guess. What are you drinking? Tea. So force fields have a higher priority, right? Over everything else. So let's start with them. Right, and then else tunnels. Oh, I don't like how this is called closest, but this is find. Like, this should probably be find closest. Or this should be called field at point. What is the player's closest distance? 20. I don't know, where would be the best place to like store the distance from the force field? I wonder if I'm gonna wanna change it on like a per field, per tunnel basis. Because this is basically how far away do you need to, how close do you need to be to the center of the tunnel to be sucked in. Let's hard code it for now, I guess. Only good programming practices on this channel. Okay, so force fields right now, hold on, because we need to fix that, because right now force fields don't really have any direction like at all. So maybe we can make the force field a float array of size 2 and get an error. Interesting. And now it's a string. Fascinating. Float array. Oh, that's an interesting min and max. I guess it'll be like -1 and 1 because we're gonna normalize this vector anyway. And the default would be like up, I guess. It's not gonna let me do it. I hate how this is like a UI stack trace. Create UI data for a new prop. What if I just remove it and create a new one and then change the new one? Just name it the same thing. Yeah, and the default is up and minimum is -1. Okay. Yeah, all right. Can I copy you? No. I know that, and this is also something that we're gonna have to do eventually, which is, you know, set up assets correctly in Blender so that we don't configure this like, you know, for every single object in our scene, and instead use the asset browser here to like reuse these elements. Where's the timeline? Here. Or make it a constant could lead to a nasty bug if you change it at one place but not at the other. No, because these are different entities. It's like this is basically how far a cube needs to be from the tunnel versus how far the player needs to be from the tunnel, which may be different. We'll see. Like if it ends up being the same, then I'm gonna refactor it into a constant. But, you know, for the sake of experimentation, I don't want to do it immediately, because then you kind of lock yourself into a specific solution that may not be the best, in my opinion. Anywho, this is going to be 1 now, this is going to be X and this is going to be Y. So maybe let's make it 0 and like -1, just to see, or maybe -1 and 1, right? That should be skewed to the top left. Could have a second mesh for tunnel activation distance. So explicit collision into the activator triggers pooling that would let you have more control in some levels too. But the extraction tunnel is defined using a Bezier curve. It's not a mesh. So we're using Bezier math to like see how close you are to the center of this curve, and then we're using, you know, derivatives to figure out what force should be applied. This is basically the implementation of closest is you know, just a loop with a quick AABB testing, and then we're using, you know, Bezier curves. Right now I'm using the implementation from Velo, which is what I'm using for UI, but I do have on my to-do list switching to Bevy's Bezier curves, because I started this project in Bevy 0.12. Hold on, is this everything? Yeah, okay, let's save this and figure out the whole loading process. Where are the fields? Okay, so this is gonna be an array. Force field is gonna need some probably public. What is it gonna be? It's gonna be direction. Okay, we have the array. So we can assert that the array dot length x2. Is that how you do that? I never remember. No, it has to be true, and then there is a message. So like this. For anybody who's new here, this function runs during asset processing at compilation time, right? So this is why I'm like asserting this stuff, because that's not gonna be a part of the game. Because the way our setup works is that we extract the Blender file into a GLTF file, and then we run an asset processor that basically converts things into a Bevy scene, and that scene is then actually, you know, distributed with the game and loaded. Oh, assert equal is for 2 values. That's cool. That there is a convenience for that. Look at me saving. Okay, we didn't save a character. It's actually 1 character longer. That's a bummer. Okay, and now the direction is gonna be a new vector 2, and I guess we can just what do you take? 2 numbers. We can just take the first index here as float 64 as f32. We can unwrap it, yeah. And this is gonna be the second. And then we want to normalize and also unwrap. Oh, wait, try normalize and then unwrap. Can I give a message to unwrap? Is that how it works? No. Oh, it's not unwrap, it's something, it's expect, right? And that's gonna panic with the message. Yeah. Can I do it like this? Expected string but found string, yeah. How would I do that if I want to format the message here? So this is a string slice, right? And this is a string. A string, is that it? Okay. And you don't have a display, that's okay. You don't have either display or debug? So wait, what is it? Oh, okay, because that's not the ID. Can I get the ID from it? Yeah, okay, that should be it. Okay. Actually, let me do that properly. Not that it's necessary, but just because I wanna, you know, try and see if I can do it like better than what it is currently. Because these unwraps here will also like result in an unknown error. So I'm just gonna move this whole logic to a different function that's gonna take a vector of value. Right, which is whatever array is right now. Now we're gonna check for the length and return none. Error messages with assert equal are a bit better. Oh, that's cool. That's good to know. Okay, and then we can take this. Try normalize. And instead of unwrapping, can do that. Yeah, and now we can just do parse vector array and expect our message. We don't need the assertion here. Something like this, I guess, would be more clean. If you want nicer error handling with Bevy systems, you can have the system return a result string, for example, and use my system pipe log system. Oh, a system can return a result. Oh my god, this is amazing. I thought I tried to do that with an option, but it didn't work with an option. But if it works with a result, that's awesome. Oh, but you need, okay, so this is where piping comes from, because pipe is gonna change something that returns a result to a proper system. This is interesting. Yeah, but either way, this is not a system. I do want to turn this into a system, because right now the way it works is that we just, where is it? Yeah, we just iterate over the parsers and we give them the entity and the extras from GLTF. So this is not a system right here. But this is awesome to know. Crazy if true. This would, oh my god, this would make them so much cleaner when you like want to, you know, do some early out, because I don't know, the system only runs if an entity is present, right? So then you can just use question mark. This is gonna be beautiful. I already love it. And so log system is a built-in system, or is it something that you need to create? Okay, I think we can test that. I'm just gonna clear my imported assets. Yeah, let's not do anything here for now. I just want to test if the force field is gonna be present and have a correct direction. And we can probably use it in the player actually immediately. So now this is our field, and we can just yeah, use the field.direction. It's that simple. Okay, so did it work? Also, they don't have AABBs, so I cannot select them. That's a bummer. Wait, let me check the name of it in Blender. Oh, that's... Okay, this is this one. Force field direction 0, 1. Okay, and the other one is 0, 2. Force field direction. Yeah, that's the normalized direction that we set up. And does it work? Oh, hold on, no, because I only now changed that. So don't worry about you know, the entire process panicking when I close the window. That's just my liberal use of unwrapping everywhere. Okay, did I update this? Yeah. Did I update this? I just make an error handler system. All it needs is an argument of type end result, my error type. And this would work without... Oh yeah, okay, I get you. Yeah, or this could even be like, if you don't want to error, right? Hold on, I'm gonna actually show you where I would use it as well. Right, when I have a situation like this, where this system only runs for the player, and so I'm trying to get, you know, single mutable, and otherwise I return. This could like get rid of this, right? Because then I could just have an option, so that, you know, it's not necessarily an error. It's not necessarily an error, but it can be used to quit the system early or return from the system early. Yeah, but that's awesome. That's really great to know. Let's go to this force field, see if it actually does anything to us. No. Interestingly, I believe it doesn't do anything. What was this before? Hold on. It was up. It was up when it was meant to go up. So this should still be up, and then physics.up is gonna be negative force normal. And now it should nicely work. Optional system pipe result unwrap as they just crash. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, because when there is no player in the game, it is like correct state, right? So like, I don't want to error, I just don't want the system to run. So the pipe would just like do nothing. It would just take the result and return an empty tuple, or whatever the name is of the parentheses, without anything inside. So like, literally the only reason for that would be to make the code a little shorter. Like, I'll save a few characters at the top. Oh yeah, and now we're going you know, to the left top. That's awesome. And this should still go towards the top. Yeah, that's amazing. So this wasn't on the to-do list, actually. I forgot about that, but it's definitely necessary as well. What have I changed here? Custom physics. I've only really touched the field, right? Yeah, this is not necessary. Oh, I guess, no, okay, I'm gonna commit this as one thing later, because we did two things at the same time, and now it's not that clear. Anyway, now that we get the field, we can actually play around with, you know, the gravity direction. Sadly, I don't think Rapier allows us to change the gravity direction we can just disable gravity and use a custom gravity, which I guess is what is something that we're gonna do. What's wrong with this? Accepted vector 3. Why though? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess it kind of does. It probably does the truncation by itself, right? Oh no, we're transforming 0.3. Okay. Game looks cool. Did you write the physics engine, or is that what Rapier is, as you just mentioned? Yeah, that's Rapier is the physics engine. Yeah. But I'm not really using it for physics that much. The entire player controller is written by me. Like here, update player physics. It's, you know, inspired a bit by the default built-in Rapier player controller, but a bit expanded because, you know, the game is about gravity and about changing the gravity in lots of different directions. So I'm mostly using like the spatial queries, right, of Rapier. So ability to, for example, say, if I cast this shape in that direction, is it gonna hit something, right? And then I just have a loop that iterates over this and does all of the like collision checking and sliding alongside different edges. But yeah, I'm using Rapier. When it comes to, like, you know, just having a box that drops down and rolls around, that's Rapier. You can change the gravity vector in the Rapier configuration resource. Yeah, I know that, but different rigid bodies will be affected differently with different directions of gravity, which is why we're just gonna get rid of gravity entirely from within Rapier, and we're gonna simulate it ourselves, which is something that they say about in the documentation. Rapier configuration, let's see. Gravity is gonna be now vector 0. Default. Okay, so let's do it like this. Just call it position. If I could spell, that would be amazing. Okay. Yeah, so now we can just see, I kind of want to split this into two systems, right? One system would update gravity and the other would actually apply it. Because it feels more idiomatic. I guess I'm gonna do it just for fun. Even though, like, it's technically the same thing. Like, it's gonna be the same thing as if I were to, you know, calculate the vector here before the, no, here before the if statements and then apply it here. Okay, actually, let's start with this because that's gonna be much easier. We're gonna start with just negative y. So this is our gravity. So yeah, if we find the field, the gravity becomes the force field direction. If we could mutate that. And then if we find the closest, the gravity, and this is gonna be a bit more complicated actually, but the gravity is gonna, yeah, we're probably gonna, no, not field, we're probably gonna also need some some custom velocity changes, not just gravity. What am I looking for? I'm looking for how the tunnels are being handled by this system in the case of the player. So the control velocity is negative normal. Okay. So that would be the new gravity. What's wrong? Normal is vector 2. Okay. Interesting. Is someone hammering around you? There is a very quiet noise sometimes. No, I don't think so. At least I didn't notice, but it could be the case. Like, yeah, I do have a neighbor that sometimes does this, but I haven't heard it. Maybe it's something that I'm doing. Also, my chair is a little bit squeaky. I don't know if the mic picks it up. Yeah, no, I'm not sure now. So what do we want to add for now, just to test this? Insert impulse, right? Or force, I guess that's gravity. External force. What's the gravity in Rapier by default? I believe this is it. I'm gonna make it 20. And then no torque necessary. I muted the stream a couple of times already to check if it was on my end. It is really soft, so don't worry about it. Okay. So, you know, what I'm wondering is if this maybe this is something that I'm doing, right? And I just don't realize. But yeah, this should be enough to... Because I also have my mic connected to the desk, right? So I'm assuming that, like, if I like move my cup, it's probably audible in the mic, although I'm not sure. As you can see, only professional live streaming here. Are you like bouncing your leg or tapping anything while thinking? Yeah, that could be it. Right now I'm not doing it. Hold on, I'm gonna do it. Okay, I did it for a while. Let me know if this was it. No, then I'm not sure what that could be. Nothing currently. Okay, completely silent. All right. But it could be something like that. I don't know. Anyway. Oh no. Box has no gravity now, because we probably need to add the component to the box with some custom gravity right here. Heyo, hello. Floating box paralyzes you. Oh, so now we're gonna have to figure out a better way of disabling gravity, because right now the gravity is not disabled as I pick it up. That's why it doesn't hover as high. Yeah, but we're gonna take it for an adventure, I guess, here. Okay, nothing happens. No, don't take me. Oh, okay, hold on. It almost feels like it's being pushed away. Yeah, it's okay. That's not the correct normal, I suppose. Hold on, let me think about this. Oh, it's perpendicular, negative perpendicular. Okay. Silly me. Oh, perpendicular is no. Stop. It's only a 2D. No. What have I done? I want this to be on the record, and I know that I keep saying this on every single stream, but I'm new to Visual Studio Code, okay? So like, and I also don't know how to type. So like, I have a very bad, how do you say that, technique for using the keyboard, which is not at all proper. So I'm capped at like 70 words per minute when I'm trying. I actually did some like monkey type, how do you say that, training this day. I spent like half an hour trying to learn how to actually properly use the keyboard. And it's getting better, but oh my god, is it annoying to do, especially after years of using it wrong. What did you use before as an IDE? Mostly WebStorm and Rider for C# back in my Unity days. So like, you know, IntelliJ stuff. Get up to 90. Yeah, I cannot. And GG. Like, yeah, but right now, hold on. Right now I'm at 30 when I try to do it properly, right? Hold on a second. I'm gonna show you my data. Yeah, like this is my today's training, right? It's like 30, and this is, you know, trying to do it properly. If I don't try to do it properly, I am a bit better. I am like, you know, 70, 80 kind of guy. But I'm only using my 3 fingers. I'm not using my pinky fingers to, you know, press buttons, which is the main problem. I thought you were gonna say you use monkey type as an IDE. No. I also had to unlearn my weird typing way. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to push through it as well. Your character is kinematic, right? Yeah, it is. Why'd you ask? Okay, it is being accelerated, but there is no course correction keeping it on the track. We're gonna basically need to implement the same thing that we implemented for the player. So I'm gonna start thinking about actually reusing this logic, I guess. I've always used all my fingers. Yeah, because you know, at least in my country, they teach you that at school, right? But I was a rebel. I didn't want to do it properly, and now I suffer the consequences of my own actions. Like no physics simulation in Bevy and Rust. No, I'm using Rapier for physics. Like this box right now, this, you know, it's actually properly simulated. But the player controller is not. It's you know, custom physics to feel more arcadey and stuff. Okay, before we move on with the cube, we need to fix a different issue, which is make it easier to precisely position cubes. Right? Either make them snap to the elements close by, or make them hover. However, that's not what this should say. Hover in front of the player instead of behind it, instead of behind them. I guess player is not an object; it's a person. So yeah, I need to figure this out first, because otherwise we're gonna have a trouble testing it. It's just gonna be annoying. I only type with my index and middle fingers, about 90 words per minute. I'm pretty sure that you can get really far with that as well. But at the same time, you know, this is a part of a really sort of long plan that I have for myself, which is, you know, switching to NeoVim eventually, because I figured I cannot really switch to it without using the keyboard properly. Like, I cannot imagine that happening. I actually took a trip to my Linux setup on the other drive to recover my old config for NeoVim, which I actually have. I can show you. I'll detour. Look at this. Almost like nothing changed. Okay, guys, what are we coding? There are some things missing. I think my status bar is not set up correctly. I think this is the default one. To be honest, you can just stick to Visual Studio Code at first and use Vim keys extensions to practice. No. We talked about this. We talked about this previously, actually. I don't see the point. It's just like NeoVim all in, and that's it. No Vim, oh god, no. That's it, it's the final destination. Not today though, one day. One day you'll see. Hold on, because somebody asked the question. And you integrate forces on the kinematic controller. No, I'm not using the kinematic controller. I'm only using a rigid body, this kinematic. And I'm not applying any forces. I just calculate the position. Hold on. Here at the end, I just set the position and that's it, and calculate effective velocity. But it is inspired by the collider in Rapier, the default one. Not collider, the player controller. The problem with the player controller in Rapier is that it doesn't give me a lot of information about the collisions, like what is the slope of the ground that I'm standing on and stuff like that. And it's really, you know, sort of designed for platformers with one direction of gravity, I suppose. The keys are useful even if you're not using Vim. Yeah, but again, I don't feel comfortable with them while using the keyboard the way I'm used to use it. So I first need to learn to use keyboard properly, because otherwise it's a nightmare. I tried, right? It's like I spent over a week in NeoVim. That's why I have all this setup. And I feel like that's gonna work for me. I'm just gonna, you know, spend a few weeks learning how to type on Monkey Type, and then I'm gonna move on to NeoVim. okay. What did I want to do? Oh, fix the holdable so that it levitates in front of us. That is true. So right now we are clamping the position. Do we have access to the player here? Presumably. Physics. Okay, so I guess we're gonna first need some proper way to store the direction in which the player is facing. Right, so let's maybe add this first. Effective velocity. Then we're gonna have, I guess just this facing left, or is facing right. That's gonna be true if we're facing right, believe it or not. I think so. Is Boolean gonna be the best solution here? Let's see. Because the way, what is going on? Okay, the way this needs to work is basically get the player dot up perpendicular, get the dot with the effective velocity, right? And now if this is bigger than 0, because up perpendicular, that's gonna be the right vector. If that's bigger than 0, we are going to the right. But we want to have some dead zone in the center, right? So maybe something like 0.1. If that's the case, we want is facing right to be true. And there is no if. And we need to store this, actually. And this should be normalized as well. Normalize over 0. Yeah, that would be the algorithm. No, that has to be negative 0.1. So if we just slightly shift the direction in the center, it's not going to affect the overall facing direction. But if we go over this threshold of 0.1, which could be a variable, granted. How do you spell threshold? Is it with one H? Maybe. There's gonna be a constant probably. Wait, I got lost. Yeah, okay. Threshold, okay. So I didn't spell it correctly. Hold on. It's like this. Threshold. Okay. If A is equal to B, do stuff. What are you talking about? Hold on, because I'm not sure if I'm not up to date with the conversation. Does Rust not use parentheses in if statements? Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, okay, I see. He's just talking about how if statements work in Rust. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. In general, I'd say Boolean bad, but you're fine to use it for prototyping and you probably never need to change it. Yeah, but I wonder how we're gonna be utilizing it, right? Because if it turns out that we actually want 1 and -1 to multiply it by something, you know, stuff like that, then it's probably gonna be easier to have it as an integer. Right, because we're gonna be clamping so that it's always there. Okay, for now let's just make it simple. So if physics is facing right, this is gonna be one value, and otherwise it's gonna be a different value. Right, so if we are facing right, we want to clamp this between like 8 and 16, and otherwise -16 and -8. That would be the idea, I think. So let's build this. I just realized you fixed the weird line spacing in the stream chat. I'm so happy that you noticed. It was bugging me too. It was a CSS issue with the icons. So like the little icons of streaming services whose names I'm not legally allowed to say, because that would maybe lead you off the current platform. They were causing, you know, additional spacing in the first line, and now they work. Could use an enum for facing direction and implement into F32 and into Boolean, but that might be an overkill. It sounds cool. Yeah, I like doing things like that, like what you just described, simply because it's, I don't know, it feels like I'm testing my knowledge of the language and what I can do with it. Okay, so I don't think there should be any dead zone in the spring. And maybe let's try to switch to hot reload because it's gonna be a bit faster to see the changes than to restart the game each and every single time, especially now that we're trying to fine-tune it. Yeah, and right now it's just gonna be just like 16 and just -16. Yeah, okay, so this is building, and I'm gonna take a quick break then. That's perfect, actually. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay. I just realized we need to change something else before we can actually test this. But we're gonna get to that in a second. Hey Artificial, would you excuse me asking a little question about motion canvas? I can't really understand what is context in core classes types. Yeah, signal has signal context. I'm new to TypeScript, so sorry if this is obvious. How is this implementation called so I can research this topic? I have no clue. I don't know if this is if this has a name. Context is a class that's responsible for doing all of the things that signals do, because a signal itself is just a function, and functions cannot have methods, they cannot inherit other classes and stuff like that. So behind every function there's an actual instance of the context class that's doing all of the handling. And if you take a look at the constructor of contexti, I don't know what's the plural. I don't think context has a plural, of context classes. Inside of their constructor, the methods on the function, properties on the functions on the signal function is mapped to the method on the class, and that's how it works. Context. Okay, that makes that makes much more sense. Yeah. And I can't really help you any much more than that because, I'm trying to focus on Astortion this month. Yeah, so before we get to this, let me actually change my mind and steal this system from here, and we're gonna put it here so it's hot reloadable. Right, I'm just gonna call it before the whole player handling. Okay, and since we're already here, we probably want to see if there is a gravity scale from, because that's a component from Rapier, so we can probably utilize it. To not duplicate the same logic, we can just check for its existence. Right, and then, scale would be scale map. What is this? Gravity scale, yeah. Or just one. It's like the default scale. And we're gonna multiply it here. So all of the, disabling of, oops. All of the disabling of gravity that we set up before should work as well. What's the problem here? Oh, there has to be unwrap or, right? Yeah. Got it, thanks. No problem. Oh no, and I'm getting the linker error again. Okay, so I guess we're not, it wasn't meant for us, the hot reloading setup. That's a bummer because I set up different targets. I thought this was gonna solve the problem, but it doesn't seem to do it. Hi, hello. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and now the gravity is not affected. is not being added when we move the box around, right? Because we are adding the gravity scale right here. We set it to 0 and then we set it back to 1. Okay. Derivative before unwrap or? Oh, is there a problem? I cannot call the ref on an option. Or do you mean like... I mean like this? No. Isn't there a method on option like specifically for that? Like into inner or something like that? As the ref? Is that it? No. Copied. No, there is no copied as well. But this compiled, right? Yeah. I think the error message was from the other process running. Like I think it's okay because it's gonna just copy this, right? Yeah. Yeah, this compile is just fine. Ooh. Okay, this is perfect, and then I just don't like the running because when we run, it's sort of... I mean, this is gonna be rendered behind the player, and it's meant to be able to pass through the player, right? But I think it would be better if it stayed in front of the character, like completely. So let's see if we just change these numbers, like so. Yeah, it's definitely easier to like position the cube and put it here. Should add a temporary sprite to the box so you can see how it renders. Yeah, but like we're not setting up the rendering yet, right? I'm gonna do it later. Morning, see you fix the companion stutter when running. Nice. Yeah, actually. I explained this at the very beginning of the live stream, if you're like interested in what actually happened. Like that's literally the first thing I talk about, so it should be easy to find. Okay, I also feel like this should only apply if we are on the ground, because like doing this mid-air, it's kind of funny. So yeah, hold on, can we... No, we cannot. At least I can't make it, you know, spring too far away from me. Okay, so we need to basically duplicate the same logic as for the player, but for the cube. And I'm starting to think that maybe it should be, you know, handled by the same system. But for now, let's just copy paste that. No, it cannot be copy pasted because the player is influenced by the input as well, which is something that we don't want other things to be influenced by. So this is the same logic. Oh no, but that's the field. Again, this is the same logic that's for like as for the player. This is gonna be the position now. Yeah, we're gonna need the velocity component as well. And that's also gonna be an option. Because it's not being added by default. So that's gonna be velocity map linear velocity and wrapper default. Okay, so we take our speed x, split that into two components. We have adjustment velocity. And then what was it? It was adjustment velocity is gonna make us stay at the center of the tunnel. And then based on the control of the player, we wanted to lerp this into we wanted to lerp this towards the actual movement of the player from the input. So I guess we're just gonna take this and not care about the rest. Right. Yeah. So this is simply gonna be the control velocity, and then we do the damping. Yeah, so we also need this here. Okay. Control velocity for y is as before, and then we don't freeze anything. We just use that as the velocity, I suppose. Yeah, this is gonna require some rewriting for sure. Since this is basically our like desired velocity, kind of. We're gonna wanna, what am I doing here? We're gonna wanna insert a external impulse. Not like this. Desired velocity minus velocity times delta time, which we don't have access to. Delta seconds, and then torque for now is 0. And let's not do any of those just for now. Could look cool if for it to lag behind the player, like is being dragged, and then when the player stops, it moves under momentum to the front. Yeah, but then what if you switch directions, right? There wouldn't be enough momentum. But it is making it go to the front only when we stop is an interesting idea. Just check the fix, it makes sense. Bevy question, can I ask why you're inserting the velocity force on every loop? Why not modify the force component? Isn't adding and removing bad for performance? From my understanding, no. I mean, but there's a difference between adding and removing and replacing, because I'm by inserting this component, I'm gonna replace the component that's already there. Because like I feel like what you're referring to is when you like remove a component and it causes the archetype of the entity to change, and the memory needs to be moved to a separate table, right? Because that's how ECS works. So that's the worst performance kind of situation. But here we're just overwriting the previous component data with new data, and this component is basically just, you know, free values like that. I like to do it this way. Maybe there is like, you know, again, I'm new to Bevy, right? So I'm not the best person to ask this. But to me personally, you know, it means that I don't need to check if component is inserted, then, you know, modify it, otherwise replace it, otherwise add it. Instead, I'm just always inserting it. Okay, so this is not gonna work. I can tell you that much. Because there's a lot of physics related mistakes. But let's just take a quick look. Well, hello there, Mr. Cube. I don't know why was it levitating? It has no gravity anymore. Oh, because I commented it out. Never mind. No, not me. Okay, so it goes somewhere. It kind of sticks to the center. Okay. That's cool. That's really cool. The spring is working, that's for sure. Right? everything else is not. But it's okay. Bro is grinding. On God. For real, for real. So what am I using speed for? Control velocity. Let me reanalyze my own code from 3 days ago. Why are we only using the horizontal, the perpendicular speed to modify damping? I don't remember what was I thinking back then. But I guess this could be just velocity, right? Because that's the spring formula. We take the position multiplied by the spring constant, which is usually called stiffness, right? Maybe we should start calling it that. And then we subtract velocity times damping, so that's okay. This gives us the force, which we then multiply by time, which gives us the change in velocity. And then we multiply it by the speed that we want to have here. So now I don't think we should apply this damping here. I guess we could apply damping, but first we need to create a new control velocity, I suppose, and make it equal to. Oh, so it's gonna simplify probably. Hold on, let's see what it's gonna do. Because control velocity is change in velocity. This is a mistake that we made during the previous live stream. Right here. We were calculating the new velocity using a spring formula, and instead of adding it to the previous velocity, since that's the change in velocity, we were doing this, and that caused a lot of jittering and incorrect behavior. So in this case, our desired velocity, is not going to be this control velocity. Let's actually call it adjustment. Because it is meant to put us back in the center. Oh, so that's why I was using speed. That makes sense. Does it though? Yeah, it makes sense. Let's go back to doing the same thing that I just removed a moment ago. That's gonna be this. Okay. So this is the force. This is gonna be the velocity. This is gonna be the adjusted velocity. And then the actual control velocity is gonna be. Ooh, okay, hold on. Oh wait, wrong keyboard shortcut. This adjustment velocity x, right? And this right here this is gonna be adjustment velocity y. So this is perpendicular to the tunnel, and this is parallel to the tunnel. And now our control velocity is going to be the previous velocity plus our adjustment velocities. And so we should only need to apply damping once if we want to apply the damping. And now it should simplify somehow. This is gonna be velocity. This should be velocity, but we cannot modify it just yet. Yeah, and this is gonna be the desired velocity. This will become much simpler, right? Just need to think about this. Hi, hello, welcome to the stream. Is it possible for 10th STD student to learn Bevy if I've made 2 little games previously? Sadly, I'm not able of answering this question, I'm afraid, because I'm not sure what it means to be a 10th STD student. You mean like a year? I'm not sure, but maybe somebody in the chat can like answer that. Yeah, so 10th class, 10th grade, I see. So yeah, I'm not sure. I have no idea because you know, we're probably from different countries. I don't know what the 10th grade even is. It is possible for anybody to learn anything. Glad to have the based answer. All right, control velocity. We're adding the velocity. There is something here, right? And then we're subtracting the velocity back. So all of this can disappear. And it's mathematically the same. But we also cannot modify the velocity, right? To modify the velocity, we're gonna add the impulse right here. Like that. And that should be all we need. And then if we want to add this damping, we would need to just add this as well. We'll see. See how it goes. Oh, this is cool. You can... There it goes. Let's try this again. Let me set up my camera better so that we see what actually happens. Okay, so the cube is accelerated non-stop, right? Okay, and that's because only the horizontal velocity adjustment is a spring. This is not. So we end up adding this constantly along the tangent actually of this tunnel. Okay, so back to the previous solution again. That's just gonna be x plus normal. It will still simplify greatly, but we just need to do that one by one. So then again, the difference is adjustment velocity minus x, and then x is plus equal this. Except this is difference. Okay. This is difference. And then this is y. And we're gonna modify y. So this would simplify, but this shouldn't. And now we're just gonna sort of have this velocity as our target velocity. So it should quickly speed up to this speed or velocity and then just continue at a constant speed. And then the desired velocity once again. It's x plus y. And the impulse is gonna be desired velocity minus current velocity. Oh, I restarted the task. Okay, let's jump to it into the tunnel together with the cube. So I feel like the cube is slower, but it could be, I don't know if impulse considers the mass of the object. Because if it does, then the cube is actually twice as heavy as the player. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. I did not let go. Yeah, no, the cube is much slower. But I guess we can change that. Wait, is it actually heavier? I don't know. No, I don't think I changed that last time. I added friction and restitution. Yeah, but the density is still the same. I don't understand wavelets. Way more fun to watch other people work. What are wavelets? Oh, no. Maybe we can catch it. Yeah, okay. I wanted to check what's the gravity scale when we put it inside here. Wait, come back. Gravity scale is 1, but it doesn't matter because now it's being affected by this custom gravity. Okay. Okay, what if I just don't change the X for now? Let's just check what's gonna happen if we only affect the Y component. It's going somewhere. But definitely not where we want it to go. Okay, and if we get rid of this, maybe I'm misunderstanding the impulse thing again. Maybe it's just an instantaneous change in velocity and not over time. I mean, I guess the name impulse would suggest that. Okay, now it's a bit different. Hold on, let's take it back here. Okay, now it has the same speed as we. I think so. It feels a bit faster, maybe. No, I think it's okay. So, okay, I misunderstood impulses. Let's add back the spring. And that should keep it on the track. An impulse is an instant change in momentum. Yeah, but like if the mass is 1, right? That would be velocity. Okay, that's it. Perfect. It's following the curve. Let's take a wider look at this. Yeah, it's perfect. You can throw it into it. And off it goes. Although right now it thinks it thinks it's in space because there's no gravity, but other than that, that's perfect. So we have a little spring that keeps it in the center, and then here we just have a really simple change in velocity. Okay, so I'm happy that it works this way because that's exactly how I implemented this back in Unity. But I guess, is there really a point of doing it with an external impulse? Like, technically speaking, right? What would be the difference between me just straight up modifying the velocity to whatever I desire, right? And like linear velocity would be just desired velocity. Like it's gonna have the exact same effect other than the fact that impulses would aggregate, right? So if multiple systems add an impulse, they would add up together. So I guess, okay, we're gonna stick with an impulse. just in case. Yeah, because I can imagine, yeah, definitely. That's a much better idea. What kind of game do you want this to be? It's a puzzle platformer inspired way too much by Portal 2, except this game is in 2D, basically. No, excuse me. I'm adjusting my microphone. So I'm gonna stick with an impulse. What was I saying? Yeah, because I imagine if there's ever gonna be like a need for an explosion, for example, an explosion would also add either an impulse or a force, and we would want the cube to be like, you know, affected by it, even if it's going through a tunnel. I feel like that's more reasonable given that the player themselves can escape from the tunnel. So a cube should also not be, you know, that restricted to it. Right, like the player can do this and just escape. Okay, so that part is done. Now we need a force field, and force field actually works similarly. There's like next to no actual gravity going on in the player controller, because it feels a bit sluggish, right? When you follow the Newtonian way of doing things. You're quite literally doing a set by different means now? Well, then it would just give a huge number in the opposite direction. Am I wrong? Yeah, but I wanted to accumulate and not override it. Because like the current spring is really strong. Hold on, I'm gonna show you what I mean by that. Let's go here, maybe. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull that off. But if I try to like drop this cube from high, like it will still be stuck. It will still be sucked by this, sucked into this tunnel. Because of the spring. But I guess the spring here is a physical component. It's not really a problem with a spring. It's just the problem with the velocity here alongside the curve. So that is two forces. Yeah, but what gives the player momentum, like right now, you can see that I'm using my controls to prevent me from going down the tunnel, and it's not enough to like push me in the other direction, because the tunnel can like cancel it, because it doesn't follow normal physics. Like, you know, when you have the tunnel, the horizontal component is calculated using a spring equation, so that's normal physics, that's okay. But this is not. This is basically taking, this is the velocity that I want. What is the current velocity, you know, parallel to this tunnel, and then it does some damping to like slowly transition this velocity, whatever it is, to the desired velocity, and that's not very physics. You're saying if there's two of those lines? No, I mean like when a different source of force appears, right? Like an explosion. if that explosion also adds an impulse, it will be accounted for. Or wait, it will not, because it will also be overwritten. Okay, hold on, you're actually right. That's interesting. So I wonder what's the idiomatic way of handling that. If I want to add multiple impulses. I'm gonna actually check out the documentation for Rapier. Hold on a second. Because I do wonder. This is like rigid bodies, forces and impulses. The added impulses can be applied to a rigid body when it is created or after its creation. Added forces are persistent across simulation steps and can be cleared manually. Oh, that's interesting. Added forces are persistent across simulation steps and can be cleared manually. Okay. So yeah, you're right. I'm just doing, you're completely right. I could just set this component, like there's literally no difference. I was wondering how that would lead to aggregation if you're just adding the difference. Yeah, because for some reason I thought that if another system also adds this component, both of these impulses are gonna be, you know, added together. And if I were to override the velocity here, and the other system would also override velocity, then one would win, depending on which one is the latter. Yeah, but I'm just gonna insert a velocity, because that's the same thing. And I guess we're gonna have to figure out how to handle explosions and stuff later on. I'm trying to figure out how you would actually aggregate. I guess you'll have to modify the component, right? No, you're right, because there is no differentiation between, you know, the current velocity and the velocity that's the result of an explosion. Yeah. There is no way to aggregate in the current setup. So I guess we're just gonna figure this out once the time comes. Angular velocity is gonna stay the same. For now, at least. We may want to rotate it towards the direction of the tunnel. That would be kind of cool as well. I don't know Bevy, I just do a lot of OpenGL, but same problems. LMAO, yeah, that is true. A lot of these translate between, you know, different engines and different domains. And off it goes. I like how, I don't know if you can see that, but when I approach the tunnel, it like gets sucked into it a little bit, and then my spring is just holding it. I kind of like this effect. And I can let it go. Okay. So what now? Now the force field. Okay, force field is a bit simpler for the player, so it's probably gonna be even simpler for custom gravity objects. Okay, so again we need the velocity. I guess we can just get it from here, like this. To have it in every branch. Okay, so that's the physics, that's the velocity. Again, xy, speed x is now coming only from the input, so we don't care about that. So now the question is, what happens when the object falls into a force field from like its side, right? If like the force field is directed in this way, and then we throw, maybe not a circle, a cube into it, should it like actually go through the force field? Or should the force field like suck it in this direction? Or like slow it down drastically? Because for the player it's the latter. I don't think it matters that much. I mean, I guess it would. Like, I feel like it would be annoying if there's a force field going sideways, and we like drop the cube into it. It going like this would be kind of annoying, because you probably want it to go like this, maybe. No, for now let's stop it. Let's make it go like this. So the force field is gonna negate any velocity that's perpendicular to its direction. Yeah, so this is gonna be simplified greatly, because that's just gonna be 0. And then this is actually just negative x. So yeah, this is basically this. The simplest damping possible. And then speed y doesn't exist, so we just care about the gravity. Which I guess force field, aside from the direction of gravity, should probably also control this, which is the strength. But yeah, there's another damping here, and then we don't need this. Now our desired velocity is gonna be x plus y. Let's do a little else. Just have the different, the normal force of gravity. Ooh, wait. Oh no, never mind. Something like small rock dropped into water suddenly slows down, but it is also smooth. Yeah, that's exactly, I think, what we want to go for. I don't think I have a correct setup. I guess maybe. I don't have a correct setup to test the force field. Maybe aside from like this example here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so there is something wrong going on here. It's as if the force field like changed directions. That's interesting. Is it gonna happen again? Yeah. Fascinating. Well, we're streaming pretty early. You know, one person's morning is another person's evening. I'm trying, you know, streaming at a different time. Just to kind of see, you know, I don't know, you know, let other people tune into the live stream from other parts of the world. Okay, so I'm assuming the problem is with this. Let's see what's gonna happen if we get rid of this. Okay. Whoa, okay, that's way too strong. We just lost our cube forever, I'm afraid. Let's try again. I should probably set up some sort of a reset for these cubes so that they also, when I reset the character, they also get reset. Let's see again what's gonna happen here. Yeah, they get accelerated, but nowhere near, or not nowhere near, way more than the player. Okay, I guess let's edit this in Blender a little bit. Just so that we can experiment a bit more with this. Let's make it like that. And let's set the gravity to be always up. Yes, it's much faster than we are. And then it goes back. It feels like something accumulated in this cube. It's causing it to fall down now. I mean, I guess it's the velocity, right? No, the velocity is 0. Interesting. How is it different than the other thing? And like we calculate the adjustment velocity, we subtract it, and then we add it with some damping, and then that's our desired velocity. Sorry, normal perpendicular. Yeah, everything seems good. What's up with that though? Why is the y component calculated as perpendicular? Is this how the player system also does it? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. But it does work for us. So hold on a second, because I did something that we don't support yet, which is moving objects. Should have edited these like that. Okay, hold on. This should be 1. Okay. To stay with me. Okay, that's really weird behavior. What if I only use y? I'm just gonna ignore the x component entirely. Why do we have 4 target directories? Long story. Do not worry about that. Okay, so it is wrong. Yeah, because what is happening? Wait, let me try to throw it into it. Yeah, so it seems to be keeping its parallel velocity, but not its perpendicular velocity, but not its parallel velocity. That blows my mind. I have no idea what's happening. Hold on. Because according to this, the player should not work at all. But work it does. So how is it? I feel like I'm mistaking the names here. Like face normal, force normal. That should go in the direction of the field. So why is it X? Why am I considering this to be the X? And then Y is perpendicular. Oh wait, what is happening here? But then speed X is using the perpendicular. Okay, that is crazy. I need a break. I feel like I know what the problem is. But you know, it's been 2 hours, so I need a little 5-minute break. And I'm gonna be back really soon. Okay, sorry, I wanted to make myself a cup of tea and it took a bit longer. Okay, keep it consistent with the player's way. Yeah, I agree. Although first we need to fix the player. Yeah, so these are wrong, but these are correct, right? It's like speed x is calculating using the perpendicular, despite the fact that here, and somehow it just magically looks like it works, right? So if I just change this, hopefully, it's gonna be better. Is it gonna break something? I wonder. No, it works just fine. Let's check out this one. Yep, okay. So that's fun. The field is here. Okay. So now it's the same fix. And now I'm so certain I'm even gonna uncomment this line. Okay, it's being picked up by the force field, and off it goes. Then it goes back. Okay, so why is it sinking back down? That's interesting. But yeah, at least now the speed is consistent. It looks like it's only amplifying the velocity and not actually... Okay, let's remove damping for now. And we're just gonna override the parallel velocity with the control velocity entirely. So this, if I'm sane, this should work, because that's just always gonna be pointing upwards. Yeah, and now it's bouncing with a constant velocity. So the problem is somewhere here. But what is it? Oh, so we should add X to the mix. Although I don't think that's the I don't think that's the problem here. Could it be that it's no longer being affected by... No, it has to be. By the force field, right? Because it kind of looks like it. Like it just leaves the area and then it falls down. But it falls down with a constant speed, so something is up here. I'm not sure what could be the value of y to change it. To change the result that drastically. Actually, okay, let's do some advanced debugging techniques. Okay, so when it's falling down, why is it really small then? At the very beginning. Okay, something is definitely wrong, because why is the difference so strong? It's like we're trying to change the velocity, but we're failing. Okay, let me test something. Oh, I know. I'm pretty sure I know. This is what they said in the documentation. We add the external force, but we never remove it, and it persists. So it's just continuously being added to the cube. Okay, so now it has no gravity, and yeah, it just goes there. Okay. Yeah, so I'm probably just gonna do the same thing here. Okay, I was steering my T and didn't want you to hear because that's kind of loud. Yeah, it's even gonna be better because we're not gonna be, you know, if the alternative is to like remove this component, or I guess modify it to reset the force. Yeah, but we can just, you know, take the desired velocity and just add gravity to that. It's gonna be vector 2 negative y times time dot delta time, that's for sure. And then scale, and then what, 9.6 times 10 for now. Let's just hard code it here. Oh well, I stole the entire component, hold on. It should stay here. Okay, so normal gravity works. Tunnel also works. And a force field also works. Technically. Although it does launch it much further than me for some reason. So it does feel like that. Oh, wait, hold on, because the player has a custom gravity scale, which we should probably use here as well. Let's see. It is somewhere here being added. Yeah. So let's use that constant instead, and that should make it equal to the player. We probably also need to account for the mass of the rigid body, but let's make it constant for now. Yeah, so now it acts exactly like we do. Okay, now we can see why it doesn't get like affected immediately here. I mean, I know why, because we were testing for the center position of the rigid body. Right, but let's try if we can actually correctly test for collisions or intersections actually. Okay, where is this debug? This, oh, okay, here. So that's perfect, and Wait, what did I want? What did I want to check? I forgot. I said literally a second ago, and now I don't remember. Let me rerun the game. Oh, okay. The collision. So right now we have this find field at point, and I suppose we're gonna need find field. Maybe find intersecting field. Some reference to self. So context should have a function for that, or a method. Should I say? It's gonna be something like intersection parse with all the intersection pairs involving the collider attached to the given entity. Yeah. So previously it did not work for the player for some reason. But I'm curious if it's gonna work for any other entities involving the collider attached to the given entity. Yeah. So, and it's an iterator. And what are you? A tuple. Okay, we'll see if the intersections are even being registered here, if we use that instead. So yeah, let's just call this separately. We want the entity, and the entity is gonna be oh wait, that's the player. We want to do it somewhere here, like so. Hopefully it's just something about the way my custom controller works that prevents the intersections from being detected, and it's just gonna work for this cube. It works. Okay. That's awesome. This gives me some idea for where the problem is with the player then, because again it doesn't work for the player. So if intersecting, if let some, I guess it's okay, I think, field is equal to self force fields get and now we need to check which collider is which. So if the entity that we are looking for is collider A, then we want to get collider B. Otherwise we want to get collider A. And if that's true, we can just return this field, probably the referenced. And then if not, we just return none. Okay, is it correct? Correct code? Let's hope so. Where is it? Here. Find intersecting field for this entity. Let's see. It's been a month since I started learning Rust. Been doing AOC at day 10. I can finally understand what you're doing. That's awesome. What is AOC? I'm not sure what you're referring to though. It's working. Okay, this is a little bit funny. Because it's not completely realistic, right? Because the force would have to be like applied on the side of the circle. They probably mean advent of code. Oh, okay. I getcha. But I think we can leave it like this. For now, at least. We still, I do have, excuse me for a second. Okay, we still need to fix this, right? So we need to kind of find a way, and I'm not sure how to do that yet, but I have it noted. Make the edges of force fields smoother, right? So ideally, you know, as an entity is sort of approaching the edge of the force field, it should like lower the force, so it sort of comes into an equilibrium here at the edge, instead of doing this like up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down kind of thing. Yes, advent of code. At first I directly started with Bevy and things made sense, but still was confusing. I see. The main problem with detecting interactions, at least in Rapier, but probably also in other engines, is that they only tell you like if, right? If the objects are intersecting, and not necessarily how far away they are from each other. Okay, so now we can improve the following logic to sort of avoid this from happening. as we change the gravity, the box is switching the desired direction. And also try, you know, adding the following, making the box follow the player and then position itself in front of them only if the player like stops. So I think I have an idea for how to do that. Okay, so this would be the essence. We calculate the x and y, the target of the spring. So first and foremost, I think if we are not on the ground, let's maybe do it like this. Let's position, it's gonna be this. It's gonna be x plus y. This is no longer necessary. And then else if physics is on ground. Actually, I already have some similar logic right here, right at the top. Yeah, but that's how we decide on the up direction. So let's leave it for now. Let's leave it be. So in the air is gonna be easy, and then otherwise we assume that we are on the ground. So this will be more applicable here. And let me see actually, what was it? Well, what was it before the change? Perpendicular times distance and then clamp. Okay. Yeah, so times x distance. Also, I hate this naming convention. Why is the x at the beginning? We're just gonna clamp this. Oh, not even, you know what? Here's the thing. We're gonna calculate the distance. Right, we're gonna take the vector. We're gonna get the length of that vector. Now, if distance is 0, well, then that's just 0, right? And otherwise, we're gonna get the normalized vector by dividing it by distance. And then we're gonna return normalized multiplied by distance, clamp between 0 and not even a clamp. This can just be minimum between the distance and the distance that we want. So when we are in the air, the logic is pretty simple, because the player is just gonna have the cube somewhere in this like 16 units of radius, no matter the direction, because there is no ground that we can like reference. So we don't care what's wrong with this. I wonder if there's like a helper function for that. Oh, would you look at that? Returns a vector with a length no more than max. Okay, that is perfect actually. Much simpler. None of this. Okay, when we are on the ground, that's interesting because then we need the up vector. And all of this actually can go in here as well. And then the x is gonna depend on whether or not we are moving. So say stationary x, that's just gonna be this. And then movement x is gonna be perpendicular times whatever was there before, and I keep forgetting. Distance clamped, okay. X distance clamp between this and that. Oh wait, that's the wrong place to put this. Okay, and then movement. We need to lerp between these two based on how fast we are moving, I suppose. So we want stationary, and we want to lerp this towards movement based on physics dot effective velocity length divided by speed, I suppose, because that's the top speed of the player. And then minimum of 1, unless there's like a clamped lerp, maybe. No, I don't think there is. Okay, so we need to manually clamp this value so it doesn't go over 1. Okay, if any of this makes sense, it should work. Okay, so there is some minor issues. Especially when we like turn back to run. Like this, the box moves on top of the player for a second and then goes back like this. And how big is movement? 240. Yeah, maybe we could just like switch to the movement X sooner, even before reaching the top speed. Okay, now it has a problem in the opposite direction. I do kind of like the way we fall though. That's kind of cool. Like follows us. So yeah, I'm not sure about stopping. I definitely like the being in the air. But here, I feel like just sticking with the stationary version. It's gonna be better. Just join the stream. What's following you? It's a cube that we can pick up that for now has no textures. Yeah, I feel like that's for now that's gonna be good enough. And we can like put it here and let it go. And go follow it. Okay. And then falling, yeah, works as expected. Yeah, for now that's good enough. I don't think there's point in, you know, spending too much time on this. Let me just get rid of that. That's also not necessary. Okay, and I'm actually gonna do what that what one of you recommended previously, which is turning this, excuse me, into an enum. Because that sounds like a good idea. What is it gonna be? Just left and right. Facing direction. Yeah, and now we can just implement. as I-32, I guess. What's the problem here? Missing match arm? Yeah. Can you generate them? No. It's gonna be -1, and this actually float is gonna be much more useful for what we're doing. And now this is gonna be just an enum facing direction. Facing direction, right. Facing direction left. Yeah, and now that's just gonna be 16 times physics facing direction as 32. Is that all? Is it gonna compile? Yeah, looks like so. Okay. Okay. It's fun. Let me maybe commit all of this. What have we done so far? Yeah, that's checked. Make it easier to precisely position cube. That's also checked. I mean, I don't know if I want to remove these things though. I mean, they will technically... Oh, I can't do multi-line. Well, that's a bummer. They will technically remain in Git history. For now, I want to keep them. Okay. No, okay, I changed my mind. I am actually just gonna remove them. Okay, I think that's it in this commit. I should probably also get this function back to its file. Here in the custom gravity. Fix pre-update, update custom gravity. Did I misspell it? Oh no, it doesn't have all of the dependencies imported. What about the gravity constants? For now, I'm just gonna copy them. Because I don't know if I want them to be separate from the player's constants. Okay, and then we don't need to run it here anymore. Is that it? Are these all warnings? Yeah, it seems so. My focus. Wait, hold on, because I think I broke something. Yeah, picking up doesn't work anymore. Ooh. Why is that? Yeah, update holdable is being called. It wakes up this rigid body, so it does something to it. But then it immediately drops it. Why is that? Okay, we are holding it, it's just that the... Oh, and it is being teleported to us. Went too far away. Okay, so something is wrong with the gravity here. Oh, wait, don't tell me. Don't tell me that I did not register that plugin for custom gravity. So the whole system is not running at all. No, it's right here. Okay, that's weird. Oh, okay. So it is the order of systems. Yeah, because I'm lazily just replacing the entire velocity component here. And then custom gravity does the exact same thing. So one overrides the other. I think, at least. That's my current theory. Let's test it. Has the hot reload become more stable for you? Seems like an easy food gun. So the reason it's not stable, and you know, it depends on what you mean by stable, right? Is that it crashes after a few refreshes. And my current guess is that right here, I'm trying to receive a message from this channel, right? Which is meant to notify me when hot reload is about to take place, and then I clear the hot systems. And I feel like, because that's my current guess, right? Because hotlib reloader is running the reloader in a separate thread, it can happen that between this call and this call, the hot reload actually happens. And my current guess is that this is what causes the crash. Because then fixed update, like this should have cleared the systems, but it didn't. Because there was no message back then, but the message happens here, right? So hot reload happens, and then fixed update is operating on the old library that at that point was reloaded. At that point has been reloaded. But right now, we're not using hot reload because I have another problem with linker, with the LLD linker, which for some reason crashes on me sometimes. And the only solution that I found to this is by rebuilding the entire project, which is like, 10 to 15 minutes. So I don't want to do that on the stream. Anyway, this is without physics. Yeah, so that's exactly what's happening. I'm just overwriting my own. I'm just overwriting my own component. But then, okay, it doesn't it shouldn't happen though, right? Because I am extracting the velocity. So if a different system were to modify the velocity, which I'm not doing, oh my god, it makes sense. So it's because I'm querying the commands, I'm not actually mutating it. Yeah, because that's asking for trouble. Because then these systems can even run in parallel, right? And they will just like store commands and then the order of applying these commands is gonna matter. Oof. Okay, then. I know how to fix it. Here, that's it. No, and then we're gonna do this not in pre-update, but in first. Right? Is that the, hold on. Yeah, it runs in fixed main, okay. Yep, everything works just fine. Because there is flashing between fixed first and fixed pre-update. Okay, that's good to know though. I'm gonna fix it maybe even during this live stream, but for now I just want to commit the changes so we have some working version. Wait, what did I commit? I know. Did I have only one file staged or something and I didn't notice? Okay, but now it's time for a little break, so I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes. Okay, just had lunch. What's up? Not much. We've been implementing some features related to the box or the cube, shall I say. Mainly, I was trying to make it so that other components affect the cube as well. So I can put it here in this tunnel and it like goes, you know, even without me, or like here in the force field. Yeah, so this is what we finished just a second ago. Yeah, for now I want to leave the velocity thing alone because I need to sleep on it. I'm not sure how to handle it in the best way possible. Because right now with the way we set it up, and even if I were to fix it with, you know, mutating the velocity, we are still in a situation where like we get the previous velocity, right? And then system A applies some changes, and then system B uses the newly calculated velocity from system A to apply some more changes to the velocity, which I don't think is how it should be, right? I feel like these two should access the same previous velocity, and then the result should be somehow combined later. Like in the sense of physics, that makes more sense than having them chained one after the other. But I'm not sure what would be the best way to structure that. So we're gonna leave it for now. Yeah, and I guess this issue is really quick and easy to solve. Handle edge cases where the player is falling next to a walkable but not standing on it. This is a really nice place to see that happen. So basically if I go here, oh wait, let me just get rid of this box, and fall down. You can see that I slowed down a bit as I was falling next to this walkable, despite the fact that this walkable, you know, like I'm not standing on it, and yet it still tries to affect my gravity. So this should be pretty straightforward, right? Because if we have the curve and we get the point, the closest point to the player, all we need to do is check the vector from the player to the point and then the normal of the curve. And if they diverge too much, that means that the player is, you know, is not right above the walkable surface. Right, because I'm guessing that if you look for like the closest point on the curve, it will always be perpendicular, right? Okay, so where should we fix that? Is it now normal to stream almost every day? And hi, by the way. Normal to whom? To most people? No. To me, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm just, you know, trying it out. What is this? What am I doing? I'm looking for a walkable, which we don't have. What's the name for them? No, okay, hold on. They are defined inside of curve, which may not be the best place for them. Yeah, walkable query. And here's the closest. So I don't know if I want to do it here or here where this is actually being used. Let's try to add this here first. So now we have the closest, and it has some normal, and it also has the world space position. Does it not? No, hold on. Never mind. We shouldn't do it here. Because what if there are more walkables near us? So we probably want to check this during the lookup, so that we simply continue this for loop, and if there is another walkable that's correctly positioned, we're gonna find it as well. So yeah, here's the world position. And here's the point. And the point is in local space of the curve. So that's okay, because then we can do it here. Right, yeah, so we have point minus local. Let's actually truncate this. Normalize this. Try normalize, or if it's 0, then we can just use the normal here. No problems with that. Oh, that's unwrap or. Yeah, so now we just need to calculate the dot product between this vector and the normal, and if that's less than, say, 0.9 for now, we just continue. We just continue, and then the closest distance should not be assigned here, but rather here. Here's the point, and the world is being used there, so this also doesn't have to be calculated just yet. So make sure this continue actually skips all of the unnecessary work. Let's see. Okay. Okay, and it works here. Right. You could probably even increase that 0.9 to something bigger. But yeah, it works. It's perfect. Quick and easy fix. Actually, hold on. Let me launch it again. So I wanna check the opposite wall and see if that's also working, just for sure, just to make sure. Yeah. Perfect. So that's fixed. Here again, I have no idea how to do this just yet with the current intersection detection in Rapier. Oh yeah, this is also major. Handle cases where the hook is too far away from a wall. So easy to reproduce. Hold on, where's Blender? Right here. So if I move this hook too far away from the wall, yeah, we're gonna get stuck inside of it. So we need some form of release when this happens. Where is it handled? Here's a custom state for that, right? Hook state. So right now we only leave this state when we hit the ground. But we probably also want to check the distance. This is transform, hook transform vector. Try normalize. Unwrap or, that's interesting. Can I, oh my god, there's a function project onto normalize. Wait, does that do what I think it does? Okay, this is such a time saver. The amount of times I did the exact same logic, like projecting onto normalize. I knew that there's gonna be a function for that. Like, why wouldn't there be? Okay. But since I need both the normalized version and the distance, I wonder if there's a function that gives me both. No, I don't think there is. Though I've seen it used somewhere. Maybe it was somewhere inside of Rapier, I guess. They had a function that like split the vector into the magnitude and the direction. Oh well. So I'm just gonna calculate on not hook up vector length. And if that's bigger than, or maybe smaller than, for now, let's just make it 1. We're also gonna leave this state. I wonder if we can simplify this. Physics that grant normal. We could do like and then. And then turn this condition right into an option. Or maybe I cannot do that. Maybe it's not possible. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. Yeah, okay. Ooh, and now we're stuck again. That's interesting. I'm not a huge fan of that. Yeah, we can get stuck here. Yeah, I guess this is gonna have to wait for when we properly implement the snapping to the hook. Because right now we just set it to, you know, whatever the direction of the hook is times gravity. And this can sometimes overshoot the target. Yeah, so we can still get stuck. Okay. Since this is kind of an evening for me, I'm kind of tired. I guess it's a good place to end this live stream, because I don't think I can manage to do anything productive. Yeah, so thanks everyone for, you know, tuning in. Have a great, you know, day, night, morning, evening. I will probably stream tomorrow, probably a little bit later than right now. Bye bye and good night, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, so next stream tomorrow, probably like an hour or 2 hours later than today, I'd assume. But we'll see. This is an experimental week when it comes to the schedule. Okay, once again, bye bye everyone. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll hopefully see you sometime soon.